Let me refresh this one real quick so the timer is all synced up. Okay, that looks good now. Well, hello everyone. How's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. Today we're gonna work on the final day of Case 5 of the first game in the Ace Attorney trilogy. It's been a trip, oh my gosh. We know who's really suspicious. So someone really high up in the police force is hiding a lot of things. So hopefully we'll be able to figure out what exact role he plays. With the detective dying and everything, and the older case was like SL9. I guess we'll find out today. Hello, Sela. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Thank you, Sela. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Hi, Auntie. Hello, Crunchy. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Somebody is very suspicious. I wonder how you orchestrated everything. He just really hated Edgeworth. He was like, okay, first we're gonna deduct your salary, and then I'm gonna frame you. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Yeah, it's that guy, alright. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Whoa. He thinks something's fishy with that guy, too. Hello, Bloody Master. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? I'm good. Yay, I'm glad you're doing good. What is common between Light from Death Note and a lift? They're both elevators. Oh no! Edgeworth's gotta run! Edgeworth, you gotta run. I think there's an elevator nearby. Is this still the first game? Yep, we're on the last case of the first game. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing good too. I got so used to drinking caffeine during the weekdays. Today I was like, caffeine cleanse. And then I couldn't do it. I was like, no, I feel like my soul's leaving my body. I need just a little ounce of caffeine. I had like 2 little cups of coffee. I don't think that was enough. I'm drinking like a green tea right now, so hopefully that helps a bit. I've become caffeine loaded. I reached 5 streams, yay! Oh, thank you so much for the 5 streams, Crunchy. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What did the Jaggers say when they adopted Mikasa and took her in? Mikasa as Tsukasa. It really did be like that. Amazing, astounding. 10 out of 10 joke. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Wow, you know what else has the number 9? The SL9 incident. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Scott. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Yeah, you mean the guy who did it? Chief can't. You can't get away with this, sir. Well, we'll find the truth. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, you been back to the pool yet? How come every single time he sees him, he's like, yo, you been back to the pool yet? No, the guy's been busy with this court case. No, I've been drowning enough as is in my work. No! Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh no, is she gonna take the blame to protect her sister? No, we can't let him get away with it. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. We're getting fired! But, Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. No! No! Why are you listening to her? Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. So we're gonna just let someone innocent be charged for the crime? Come on! This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. No! No! Oh? Oh? Edgeworth? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Hedgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, He's like, no! I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gat. Oh! What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. He does not! I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Ooh! I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Hedgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Oh, he's so well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. I'm so proud of him. He's like, I may lose, but we need to get to the truth of the matter. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, I'm gonna deduct your salary again. You'll live to regret this. Mark your words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. I sent some memes of Ace Attorney. Ooh, I'll take a look at them later, Crunchy. Thank you. Are they memes like specifically pertaining to this case or for the other cases? Hello, Sketch. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Oh, she's gonna tell us what happened. There's only a second case and one I don't understand. Ooh! I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. He said fake it till you make it. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. 10 out of 10 views? What? Hello, Alia. Hello, Game Guy. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? And thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Thank you so much for the support. How are you? 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. I'm going to see if she can elaborate a bit more on it. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. Police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. Was it really Joe Dark that did the killings, you know? Was it somebody disguised as Joe Dark? We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. Then, when I saw him... What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning, Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Back when he still had the halberd, young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't remember. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but what'd she see in that instant? Oh, hi, Aurelia! hello, Zarvas! How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? We're trying to connect the SL9 case to the current case right now to see what kind of connection they both have. Lana went up to the booth and then she was like, "Oh my gosh, I did the crimes. Just end the court." And then Edgeworth was like, "Hey, no, not yet." So right now Emma's on the stand and we're trying to get some information from her regarding SL9. I'm trying to keep my sanity doing my dinosaur record video game footage repetitively tonight. Thank you for asking. Oh dang, good luck! You got this game guy! I hope it goes well! You're really... Hey, how you doing? Hello, Delito! How are you? Thanks for stopping by today! How are you? I just came by to say hi, but I was gonna go to sleep, so I hope you up on streaming lots of... Oh, thank you so much for coming by to say hi! Have a good rest, and thank you! Take care, rest well, sleep well, good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today! Let's all up, thank you, you too! Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on dark. Just then, the lights went out. Haha, you could say! The room went dark! Haha! Okay, and... oh gosh, they jumped on him. It was about that time of the year. Oh, there was a storm. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby, so the electricity went out. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then, lightning flashed outside again. A sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I told the detective about what I saw then. Detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. That's why he killed him! He knows what really happened! Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Do we have the picture? I think we have the picture. Yeah, we do have that picture on us. I'm pretty sure he was taking the halberd from the trophy and poking him with it. A picture is drawn on the back. Man. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. It's not lost anymore! It's in my court record! You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I didn't draw it. I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. I think it's that one statement. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it as clearly. What were you doing in that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. Pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Ooh! Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Hello, Mr. Kevin. Oh, hello, Kevin. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? Just waiting in. I'm gonna press on this again and see what she says. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Okay. Alright. Alright, this is the same thing she said earlier. And then I should present the picture now and be like, no, it wasn't actually, like, her imagination. She did draw it. Somebody was hiding that piece of evidence. Alright, right here, I'm gonna present the evidence list. Here we go. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? He's like, what now? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. I love how Phoenix Wright's just casually going into people's offices and taking evidence back. Like, they don't need to know. He's finding his own evidence. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over, turn it... Oh, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh, these lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Oh. Order, order. Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. What if Detective Goodman was in on this, you know? And then, like, they disposed of the other half of the evidence, and then... That's why he was the only one that was, like, kept as a detective compared to the other ones that were, like, let go. Maybe the real reasoning wasn't that it was suspicious to let them all go. And then, after a while, Gant's like, ooh, we gotta bury this forever. I'm afraid this guy will feel bad and try to bring the case up again. So then he went and killed him. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh? Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Oh, is there? Is something wrong? Do you have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. That is that thing. What? Huh? Here! He existed back then? I thought he was like a relatively new thing, huh? What? I'm doing well. I got back from a hockey game a few hours ago. They were doing an anime theme night. Ooh, fun! Was it a specific anime that was themed on? I'm glad you're doing well. The Blue Badger did it. I'm calling it now. Why is he there? He existed back then, though. He's existed in the dawn of time. He was the first organism that came to be, the blue badger. It was just that they discovered him a few years back and made him the mascot for the police department. Blue Badger's a turtle. Now it's just anime in general. Ooh, did you dress up for it? That's a thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Why is there... Huh? Why is there the blue badger? So, the dark shading on the other piece, that's like the window. So that checks out with the Is the blue badger actually relevant, or was someone just doodling? It seems kind of weirdly placed. Like, he's not sideways or anything like the rest of them. That's strange. Huh. Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. When is the blue badgers actually relevant? You thought Arceus created all the Pokemon? No, it was the blue badger. The OG Pokemon god. I didn't dress up for it, but I did wear my Mint and Fantomi happy. Ooh, nice! This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were windows, or shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about a murder, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. But there's no details. It could be anyone. I don't see a cowboy hat on there. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. See, there's no cowboy hat, which means some details could be missing. It could have been someone else dressed up as Joe Dark. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Scott. Ooh, that's suspicious! Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. You know what's interesting? I'm gonna look at the profiles again. There's a guy with an onion head. Why does Neil Marshall look so different in this picture? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I didn't know his hair was combed back like that. I guess it is. This guy with an onion head. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? The fact that the picture that's etched in her memory doesn't show the face of the guy with the onion head makes me suspect it was somebody else. Similar like how the Detective Goodman case, like people were like dressing up as another person. I wonder if that's what happened in SL9 as well. No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? Oh, he's worried about her. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. It's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. HP bar flashed there for a second. Huh. I think there's something suspicious with that last statement. She said it's what she saw in that moment, but there's a contradiction. Do we know the original picture? Actually, I'm gonna take a look at the statement again. The strange thing is that's the exact thing she saw, but that doesn't really look like a knife, does it? See, this picture shows that there's a knife. The poses look very similar, but I think the murder weapon is different. Because if Lana saw a knife, she would have drawn a knife. But it's this weird, like, cylinder thing. I think the cylinder thing is a little suspicious. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talk to the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, no, of course not. I better watch out. He might find some way to cut my salary. Oh no. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detective, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Is there something bothering us? And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Piece of cloth. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something. Leather cloth. And the print belongs to Emma. That is strange. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured... Stabbed from the back, though! Died from punctured heart and my knife tip was in the wound. This is from the front, though! Let me take a look at her testimony again. Right after the incident. Is she claiming that that's the... Let's see. Is this the exact stabbing moment? Okay, so she did draw this picture before anyone talked to her. Let me see if there's a statement that says that this is the exact, like, stabbing moment. Because I think that part's a little suspicious. She didn't know if it was actually him. Turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. What happened after the lightning flashed? Yeah, so she didn't actually see the actual murder take place. Yeah, so she didn't exactly claim that that was the moment the guy got stabbed. Because if she claimed that, then I'd say, like, no, but the autopsy report says that he got stabbed from the back. Let's say what we have. It might be the one where it's, like, in the back. Because the autopsy report says single stab wound piercing heart and lung. But this is what she saw, so that's not exactly wrong. And she's not claiming that it's the exact moment. And they're saying this is the murder weapon. But that doesn't look like the murder weapon. It looks like something blunt. I think our two strongest pieces of evidence here are this... Oh my gosh, it's like way back. I think it's either this blade or it's the fact that he was stabbed in the back. She drew that 2 years ago. She fainted, and there's something wrong with this picture. Let me review this one. This statement doesn't really tell us anything. Is there something bothering us about this picture? This is the exact scene, but there's a contradiction. I have to think about that picture again. What is the contradiction in that picture? I think it's the knife that's most evident. Because she did claim she didn't see the exact moment, right? So it should be the knife? She doesn't know it was actually him, and then she was knocked on the floor. And when she turned around, that's when the lightning flashed. So there's nothing to really point out there. actual murder take place? Anyways, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Is it too much of a stretch to bring in the knife right now? And say... Okay, I don't think this one tells me much. There's something in this picture. Flash of lightning, she fainted. I think the knife is the most evident one here. And the sky's print. One thing that's also suspicious is the fact that the piece of cloth has Emma Sky's prints, but she said she was like randomly tossed aside. Whose piece of fabric is that? She was grabbed by somebody, and did somebody grab her? She grabbed somebody and then... Huh. Guess we'll find that out later. I think I need a little bit more evidence for that one. Huh. Because this one's a little suspicious, but she did claim she didn't see the murder in that exact moment, so it might be too soon to present the autopsy report. But is it too soon to present the knife? Be like, hey, the picture doesn't look like a knife. Does that look like a knife? It doesn't look like a knife. Okay. Which one's a better piece of evidence to present? The knife? And be like, that doesn't look like a knife? Or go, he wasn't stabbed from the front. Okay, I'm gonna revisit this. I think I'm missing one statement. Okay, that doesn't really tell me anything though. It's dark. She didn't know it was Mr. Marshall for sure. So she was knocked on the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, and when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. Turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. I wonder why she has fingerprints on that one piece of fabric. Didn't see the actual murder take place. Yeah, these statements don't really tell me anything. So I think it's really just that picture. I need to take a look at this picture again. What is suspicious about this piece of this artwork? There's something that's a little bit different. Is it the knife? You're like, yeah, that doesn't look like a knife. So that's... Yeah, then she was knocked away, and then she saw this. So he could have dodged it. I think it might be the knife. Let me present the knife. Oh, is it not? It's not the knife! Dang it! Okay. Oh, is it really like the back? Oh man, okay. Let me revisit this again. Read it carefully. You sure you drew exactly what you saw? Drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. Something that's bothering us about this picture. What else do we have? She says she drew it from her memory, but there's something strange about that picture. Something strange, huh? What evidence do we have? Is it the autopsy report? I don't think there's anything else that would count. Maybe it really is like, oh, but he got stabbed from the back, so this wasn't the exact moment. Wait, what have you presented so far? I presented the knife because I thought we could argue that the picture she drew doesn't exactly look like a knife, so the murder weapon was different, but maybe that was a little bit too far ahead. I'm thinking the next one might be the autopsy report because it says he was stabbed in the back, but this picture doesn't show that he was stabbed from the back. It shows that they were fighting and he was like facing the front, but I don't think she's exactly claiming that that was like the moment the exact murder was happening. So I'm like, can I claim that? The piece of cloth is too early to present. The evidence list... Because this is the same exact picture. Like, no, actually, you also saw the blue badger? Wouldn't it be crazy if it was like, oh yeah, because the blue badger is actually right there? I don't think there's anything else. Like, I could argue the stud from the back. Or, hey, actually, no. You drew a blue badger on here, too. So you didn't exactly see everything. You also saw a blue badger. My piece of advice would be to not overthink. Sometimes the answer is as simple as it seems. Really? Is it just the fact that there's a blue badger on the edge of this? Would that be crazy? Is it? What if somebody else drew that? Should I present it? No, it's not! It's not! Oh no! Oh wait! Oh shoot! No! 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 My health points! Am I overthinking this? I might be overthinking this. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know, Your Honor. That doesn't look like Neil. That looks like somebody else. Is it really just like the autopsy report? Is it the autopsy report? I'm losing lives. Wait, let me do this. just in case. Oh my gosh. Is it really the fact that he was like stabbed from the back? Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. 'Cause that's not from the back. That's from the front. Is it really just that? Is it? Oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. Do I press X? I don't think there's another piece of evidence that like works out. Is it? Oh my gosh. It really was just that was from the front. I was like, she's not exactly claiming that, is she? Oh my gosh, I guess she is. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. The part of this picture contradicts the... Like the fact that he's here? What part do I point at? Like, the... here? Do I point at his chest? I think it's, this part here? That's because the drawing... No! Mr. Wright, how could you? No! The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. It's the fact that he's front-facing, isn't it? As long as the defense has learned his lesson. Oh, man. I'm getting penalty points a lot. Should I, like, reload a save? I might reload my save. It's the fact that he's front-facing, is it not? It's gotta be the fact that he's front-facing. Because if this is Joe Dark, we're assuming this is Joe Dark. Joe Dark. And the original knife had no prints on it, so we can't say, like, oh, it was the wrong hand. But it's the fact that he's front-facing, is it not? But they didn't like when I pointed to the chest. Read the autopsy report? Oh man, I can't pull it up anymore. It's locking me in this one, but... Read the autopsy report? Is it the knife? Like the fact that that doesn't look like a knife? Because it could also be front-facing, yeah? Or the knife? Is it the knife? Chat, I hate it out here! I hate it out here! Wait, that's why I showed the knife! That's why I showed the knife! What? They didn't like when I presented the knife! So they wanted me to present the... Huh? Single stab wound. Yeah, that does check out. Knife tip was in the wound. Knife tip stabbed from the back. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we'll do this again. Get my 2 lives back. Alright. It doesn't look like a knife. It's the halberd. It's gotta be like the halberd, and that's why he took it out. He's like, well, we can't have the murder weapon around. We need people to forget it exists. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look carefully, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken, too. Oh, that's why it has a blunt tip. Maybe it wasn't the halberd? If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. So at this moment, when he was stabbing the guy, so he must have stabbed another guy. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? Yeah. Oh, they're going into the back now! It's obvious, really, the victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, and he died via the first one, then how is the victim, like, going around? Then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. That means it was already broken to begin with, or somebody else was stabbed. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand, then that extra piece was planted in him. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Suspicious! Suspicious! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. I think it was planted there. Phoenix, how dare! He was like, your picture sucks! Read this. It's part of the autopsy report. Oh my gosh, we have so many pieces of evidence this time around. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Wait a second. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. The tip was in him. Strange. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were ignored at the time. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? Yeah! All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No! Ah! Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? That was the decisive piece, too. Your Honor, please allow me to once look again over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Dan Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Wow, security's tight in the police department, huh? Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. So there's got to be a different knife out there he was stabbed with. It must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Could there have been another one? You know, this piece that we put in has a lot of blood on it for some reason. Has lines remaining on it. But how did the blood happen to splash like that? If you look at this piece right here, it's like slightly broken off. If you got poked with the pottery. Could there have been one? Ooh. What if it wasn't a knife she saw? Because what else has a broken off tip? I think it was the halberd. I think he was poked with the halberd. Would you claim the halberd as a knife? Because we can claim the halberd as a knife and be like, yeah, so there was another one. It was the halberd. Or you can say, no, Emma's mistaken because it's not a knife. It was some other, like, blunt object. And then somebody planted that other one, and then he just held up the knife at the end. Weapon found in wound, knife tip. A knife tip was in the wound, but weapon found in knife, or in wound was missing a tip. Maybe I'm looking too deep into that. That seems a little bit strange. The summary is saying there was a tip, but the actual assessment says that it was missing a tip. Maybe they meant the full part and then they found the tip later on inside. I still think it's the halberd. Would you classify the halberd as a knife? I think it looks enough like a knife. Thank you, Kevin! Okay, we'll say it's a knife. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some other information about this broken knife. Yeah, so it's actually, this right here. It's gotta be the halberd. I don't see any other explanation unless it's the halberd. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Here's the real murder weapon. Do we show the picture? Or do we show the trophy? I think... Because this one we got the 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving its current form. Or we show the picture and he goes, why are you showing me a picture? And then you go, notice how there's a halberd here? There's some real murder weapon. And then stable jar is a little bit questionable too. It's like a yeah, that doesn't look enough of like a knife. Real murder weapon. There is a suspicious amount of blood on that. Your Honor, the knife was actually Danhung's form. No! Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Kayla Merkel. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. How are you? I feel like I'm like really overthinking this case. Do I show the picture? There's a halberd in that picture. You know, there's a lot of them you can choose from. It could be the blunt halberd or it could be that one. There's so many sharp things in that guy's office. There's also the really weird face in the back. That's a danger. That's a hazard. It's just kind of standing there. I think it's the halberd. The halberd looks like a blunt knife too. I think the only piece of evidence that shows the halberd is the picture. So I think the picture is probably the best one. Is it, baby? Is it the halberd in this precise picture? Because I feel like if I show the big one, they'll be like, wait, but that's Edgeworth's. Or like, there's nothing sharp in this picture. So I think the only one that really shows a sharp object that looks like a knife is the picture. Love Phoenix, such a good saga. Woo! Which games have you finished? I played the Great Ace Attorney, and then I'm working on the trilogy right now. I haven't played any other games besides that. Is it this one? The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we concluded earlier, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. Being the case, the knife that we saw was in all likelihood from this award. Oh, maybe the guy she saw wasn't Joe Dark. It was Chief Gant having a scuffle with Marshall, and he took the halberd from the award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was a murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would have been reversed. Oh? Yeah. Because why would Joe Dark have the prosecutor award? This man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh shoot, was he the murderer? Uh-oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. No, there's gotta be an explanation, right? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you please show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? Why is it the Blue Badger? What did he do? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I saw this picture. Why is he there? Huh? No, Mr. She's the bird. No, I did! Hello, Joker. How are you? Things are slipping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? The little blue badger looks so cute, but he's so ominous. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Why is the blue badger here every time? Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. I'm so confused. Why is he there? First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? Should be interesting. So confused. Why is he in there? Take a shot every time the Blue Badger theme plays. You will not survive. No! I'm still trying to finish up a couple of things. Woo! Collect with those things, Shirker. You got this. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. But then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Huh? I'm making that exact face the judge is making right now. Like, what? Why? Huh? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That's what I thought too. Like, why was he in there? That'd mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, but I am so confused. Stop. Please don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Guys, I'm so confused. Why is the Blue Badger there? The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. So confused. Why is the Blue Badger here, huh? Hey, Riley. Hello, Link. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. Yeah, I don't think it was Joe Dark. They gave the tough penalty to the wrong guy. She can only see shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Did you happen to grip someone's shoulder? Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark is the one holding the knife, but as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. She thinks she knocked away the guy with the knife. So this belongs to the guy with the knife. She knocked him away. Doesn't this look a lot like a cowboy jacket? Let's see who's wearing brown. His brother was wearing brown. Yeah, doesn't that look like a suit color? Doesn't look... Or it could be his brown coat. Uh-oh, both of them like to wear brown. But Joe Dark most definitely wasn't wearing brown. It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she was to witness... Oh my gosh, I can't read! Before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall, so I knew I had to stop the guy with the knife. What she did was very brave of young girls, so then what happened next? The Blue Badger, are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous piece. That was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. It's all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. Not the Blue Badger jump scare! I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? Shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. Huh? Is it his cowboy hat? His cowboy hat technically has 3 horns, does it not? What? Oh! Wait a second. You know what else also has 3 weird horns? That have like these little nubs sticking out? It's the vase. It's gotta be the vase. And this part broke off. Okay, it's gotta be the vase. I think it's the vase. I think I know. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this! Whoa! Oh, hello! How are you? Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. How are you? Hi, thank you. We're trying to figure out what happened during the SL9 case right now. There was a suspicious Blue Badger looking look-alike that was in the picture that Emma drew, and we just found out what it was. The person that stabbed you was the Blue Badger. No! I'm doing alright. Was watching Jujutsu Kaisen. Ooh! Which season were you watching? Who's your favorite character? Objection, sorry, I'm late. No, you're all good. Hello, Alpha. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. I was playing a game of Roblox, and I noticed you streamed. Ooh, did you win a lot of badges? Were you playing just to impress? Even though this is a long trial, I really like the amount of twists and turns throughout this whole thing. Yeah, just when you thought you figured something out, you're like, wait, what? Huh? This one's a head scratcher. I was playing Roblox Adventure Forward too. Ooh, fun! What is it about? This far. This far. I noticed this kind of quickly, but man, this would trip someone up. Like, no, this is the blue badger? Excuse me? Good, yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm still in the first season, episode 8. I do remember Nanami from later on. Ooh, nice! My favorite character is Megumi. We also believe that Riley might be the... No! What do you mean? I didn't do anything, huh? It wasn't me, I wasn't even there! Mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... Ignore the blood on the vase, but like not ignore, Your Honor. That's, you know what's weird? It has like a happy face on it. But that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Whoa, 3D technology. Our viewpoint, I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, it's just there. Oh my gosh. I'm turning it to the V. You think this side looks better or this side? What if... Is this like... It's broken off though. That doesn't look enough like the blue badger. What if it's this side? Too far down. I don't think the tip of the vase counts. It should be these 3 nubs, but without that one nub, it looks a little strange. Do I need it to like curl up? I don't know how specific I need to be with this. Cause it's got the thingies on the end. Are we here? Does this side look better? I think this side looks better. But it doesn't exactly... Oh my gosh. Is this the right angle? Like that? Oh my gosh. An angle that shows all 3 of them. Oh my gosh. That's not specific enough. There's a better angle. I should head to bed. Good night. Oh, good night, Lane. Take care, Edsel. Stay well. Good night. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Gotta jam to the Blue Badger song. Turn jar behind. I think it's gotta be like slightly slanted. I'm trying to make it so that the little like edges are kind of like curled out like the Blue Badger. Cause I got 2 sides I could look at. I could look at this side. And this side has like the little nubs on it, but this side doesn't. But this side has like this part. So it might be this side? Cause she wouldn't see that crevice. She won't see the thing. Oh, like this, like this? Okay, if I do it like this, it kind of looks like the outer parts, doesn't it? And then the part looks like the top? Is this specific enough? I think it looks like this. Is it? It's like a little slanted. Maybe I should like turn it. Like this? I think this looks pretty similar. Yeah, like that? Okay. Is that specific enough? Huh? It's gonna look more like it. Oh, man! Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim. Oh, man! More specific? Okay. No, it resetted it. Okay, okay. Oh my gosh. They want it really specific. Come on, Edgeworth, use your imagination. Is it not like... wait. This is better. Is this better? Is this better? Because it looks like it has a nub on top now. Oh, that's a little too far, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Is it this? It kind of looks like it. Do you like that? Aww. Okay, I gotta rotate it more. Oh man, okay. Oh, I thought that was specific enough. Okay, okay. We'll do this again. Okay, it's like this? Oh my gosh. Okay. Like that? Do you want more of the top? Do you want more of the top? Like this? Is that like... Guys, doesn't this look enough like it? No, Edgeworth's not completely something. Edgeworth doesn't have an imagination, chat! Isn't this obvious enough, huh? Like there's a thing on top, right? Like, or do I have to make it look more circular? Do you want the other way, Edgeworth? But the other way doesn't look like it. I think it's this side. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like this, right? And then I think I have to make this part a little smaller. Do I have to show more of the back? Do you want more of the back, Edgeworth? Merry Christmas, Edgeworth! We're gonna be hearing this song in our nightmares. No! I realize every time I watch a stream I redeem Biofact. Thanks for redeeming the Biofact room. I am thinking of one. Yeah, somehow got this on the first try. Lost all health and then did this so many times it was bad. Oh man! Does this not look enough like it? Like the thing is there. What if I just did it like this? Okay, I'll show more of the top. You think that's enough? Oh. Do you want more of the bottom, Edgeworth? This is a struggle, guys. This is actually the hardest part of the case. Trying to rotate it so they like it. Your Honor, I think Edgeworth needs a new pair of glasses. This clearly looks like the Blue Badger. Is it not really? That's the only, like, reasonable place it could be. Oh my gosh. Because if you do it like this way, it doesn't look like the Blue Badger, you know? The little nubs have to be in the front. So it is this way. But what angle does he want it from? Because if you angle it like this, it shows like the little prongs. So that's not exactly right. I think it's got to be like something like this, right? Does he want more at the bottom? That doesn't show the nub enough. Nope, he still doesn't like it. Which more of the base should I show? Or am I approaching this from the wrong angle? I think Mr. Edgeworth needs to take a picture, or like take a look at the Blue Badger again. Like obviously these are like the Blue Badger's head thingies. Those are really finicky and they really needed to fix it. Does it only like one really specific angle? I guess the final try, but come on, how long is this try already? Maybe a little bit more down. A little bit more down? He wants really like all of the top? I don't know, Edgeworth. Doesn't that make it look less like the Blue Badger? Like this? This This is kind of jank. What more do you want, Mr. Edgeworth? Ah! Bro! Ah! Okay. Do you like this now, Edgeworth? No! 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 Guys, we're gonna take like an hour finding the optimal angle. Oh my gosh. See, it looks like it, Edgeworth. See, it's got 3 things on its head. Does he want to like this? But that doesn't even look like the face. It's like slanted. Oh my gosh. Is this good enough? But last time I did that, right? And he didn't like it. Do you want like the thing really on top of his head? Okay, I've never done this close up before. I think this is wrong, but I'm just gonna select this one. Okay, yeah, he still doesn't like it. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm gonna move it like 1 centimeter every time. And then eventually, one of these days, it's gotta be like correct, right? Because the bottom prongs look okay to me. Right? Like, do they want me to like really like adjust it to look like the one on the top? Oh my gosh. Do they want me to align the bottom prong so it's like more curved? But there's still a part that kind of like slightly sticks out. Do you just want the whole top thing, Mr. Edgeworth? Like here? Because the thing is, it looks roundest from this angle, right? Because it looks a little bit awkward when you put it like this, but it looks the roundest when you put it here. But then when you put it like there, you don't really see like the little top part. Honestly, I think chat would be okay with you looking up the solution. This puzzle is extremely long. Are they gonna make me look at this vase again? Okay, I'll stop pausing this about. No, it's cute. It's okay. Edgeworth, do you even know what the blue badger looks like? I guess he doesn't. Oh my gosh. This part's not hard, it's just really finicky. They're really specific about the angle, huh? Okay, should I rotate a little bit farther down? Am I on the right track, guys? Is it like this perspective? Or am I like looking the wrong perspective? Because I don't think it's like here. Like you can't even see anything here. Yeah, that's not even like the same look. That's not the same look. I think the angle that I had earlier was like the closest. I feel like I'm playing merry-go-round. Dun, 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 dun. Oh gosh. The blue badger soulless stares me right now on this piece of pottery. Just look it up. There's an infinite number of angles between 0 and 1. Really? It's just so specific. Ugh. I'm gonna take a protractor out. Really specific, huh? Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look at it for like 2 seconds. See if I can remember it and get it myself. I wonder if I just look up blue badger vase thing, they'll know what I mean. Is this one like the most notorious one? The jar rotating puzzle is so stupid from Steam community. Understandable. It seems like the game is asking me to do it perfectly. I tried more than 20 times to do it and the game says nope, try again. The margin of error is 0 on that puzzle. I don't have the patience to test all 16,000... Oh my gosh. Why did the developers allow this abomination of a puzzle? That is so real. I was stuck for like half an hour. They thought listening to the Blue Badger tune repetitively on the locker room tape wasn't enough to get you to really loaf the Blue Badger, so they added this challenge. Wait, I can't find the picture! Guys, you gotta show me the picture. I wanna see the picture. Maybe I gotta add solution. Please show me the vase solution. Who invented this Blue Badger jar puzzle? Is this the original DS one? Wait, but that's what I did! That's what I did, guys! Did you really just, like, want the nub? Like, right here? Like, a really slight nub? Like that? Okay, I think they want me to tilt it a little bit more. Oh my gosh. Eh. Is it this? Huh? But that looks like the picture! What? I've never been so frustrated in my life, chat. but it's what, dude? Huh? Is it, do you like the nub on top of his head now? Bro. Bro! Bro! Edgeworth, please, the jury has families at home! Edgeworth, please! Everyone's taking PTO because of jury duty! Please, just let him go! Even for this re-release, they couldn't give you enough leeway. Yeah, oh my gosh! They're really not giving us any leeway here. Edgeworth, does this not look like the nub on top of his head? Angle it a bit down? Like that? I'm gonna scream! Mr. Edgeworth! Doesn't that look like the whimsical little guy you see in front of you? Not a perfect one-to-one creation. Oh man, you know it was Mesa I got on the first try. First try is crazy! Edgeworth, please. Please. Is this enough of a nub? It looks like the 3DS picture I'm looking at. Oh, do you want it a little bit more down? Oh my gosh. Like that? I don't think you want the stem in the picture. The stem doesn't really go away. I think this is the farthest down I've rotated. If it's not this, I don't know what is anymore. Nope, it's not. Okay, maybe I need to find a more detailed picture. I'm seeing so many blue badger pictures on here. Where's the solution, guys? Okay, maybe I gotta go on YouTube. 18 seconds. Okay, I'll watch this 18-second video. Oh my goodness. Okay, what are they rotating? Okay. Okay. Yup. Oh. They really want the bottom of that, huh? I like how they repeat it a few times. Just to, like, really show us. Okay, so I guess they wanted the bottom of it more, huh? That's strange. Oh, thanks for redeeming the bad pickup line, Caleb. Let's see, let's see. Edgeworth, you gotta give me something more to work with here. Like, do you want 90-degree angle? Do you want, like, 45, 65-degree angle? I want more at the bottom, huh? Like that? That doesn't even look like it. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me look at the video again. How long did it take you guys? Did you figure it out by yourself or did you look up a solution? Does this not look exactly... Let's see. Oh. Just... Oh my gosh. So just a little bit, huh? Just enough to form like a dome on top? Like that? That might be a little too much. Ooh. Like that? Okay, that kind of looks like the hump of his head. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's a little bit... Is it this? Really? Oh man! Ah, dang it. I think I gave up and looked around places to work hard, smarter, not harder. Honestly, real, like, if it's something this specific, I think it's just better if you look it up. Even while looking it up, it seems like it doesn't really like what I present. Maybe I'm like a little bit off. This shows the dome of his head a bit. Is it this? Still not, huh? Okay, maybe I'm not rotating it enough still. Why are you strange? Okay, I have the video paused to where it should be. So just very, very barely on top. Maybe I should use the bottom of the vase as a guider instead of the top? Oh my gosh. Are you the Blue Badger theme song? Because you're constantly on my mind. I hope you like that one, Caleb. Thank goodness this puzzle doesn't take away lives. Can you imagine if it did take away lives? Like, everybody would just be, like, failing this. It's like, did you save before the Blue Badger face puzzle? I didn't! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You'll have to start all over again. Oh my gosh. This way, this way. Is the grid in the back supposed to help me? Oh. No, my phone closed again! Show me the Blue Badger puzzle. So barely at the bottom, huh? Like this? Oh, like this? This kind of looks similar. Or do you want it a little bit more towards the bottom? Ooh, like that? Is that a little too much? Like that? Oh man, really? Doesn't that look... Ah, okay, okay. I'll try again. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, that does look straight. Just a little bit, huh? Like that? Is this good? Do you guys think this is harder on the DS or the Switch to replicate? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine if someone was like a full-time Blue Badger puzzle, like, solver? I think you can make a living off of that. Just be like, yeah, I'll charge you $5 to solve the Blue Badger puzzle. I understand why this song stays in your mind so long now. I think I'm gonna be dreaming this song with how long this puzzle's taking. Is it really not this? Is it this? Or is that too far up? Oh, okay, I accidentally rotated it. This looks pretty much exactly like the puzzle I see, is it not? What? Aww. Edgeworth is unable to comprehend the third dimension as a 2D sprite. He's not very good at imagining things, is he? Edgeworth, I love you, however, look at this and look at the badger. Tell me these two look just the same. Yeah! They look so similar! You got me a week to bad pickup lines. Yay! I'm glad you like it, Caleb. The point of the puzzle is to take away your sanity for as long as possible. Honestly, true. Why subtract your life points when it can take away the player's sanity instead? Edgeworth, it literally looks like the thing! What do you mean it doesn't look like the thing? I never played the DS version, but good Lord, Switch is not kind. Remember, kids, if your boss doesn't like your work, just keep rotating. Eventually, they'll accept it. It gives off the same energy as changing the font to Times New Roman. It's like your paper doesn't look professional enough. It's like, is it professional enough now? Wow, this is the best paper I've ever read. Edgeworth would be a very difficult boss to work for, I feel. Is this really not the same thing? I wish, like, Ace Attorney had, like, a set of, like, bail me out, like, live passes you can do. I would use one right now. See, because Doesn't this look exactly like this one? Let's see. So it is... Do I have to follow the grids, you think? Or does that have to be between the grids? Oh my gosh. Oh! Okay. Is that the right grid? It's in the corner of 2 grids, huh? So there needs to be 4 grids away from the middle. 4 grids, huh? 4 grids from the middle. That one should take up like the middle of a grid, like here. And then is that half a grid? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should cover most of the first grid. So like here? Oh, that doesn't look right. Oh, maybe I should cover this grid. I feel like this song is fueling my insanity, chat. So the knob has to be like right under him. Like here? Is that like enough? How aligned to the grid must it be? 4, huh? 1. Takes up like half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe if I lowered it a little bit. Oh shoot! No! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that? Is it like that? That looks a little crooked, doesn't it? Is it this? It isn't! Then what is it? Okay, let me try again. I'm using the grids now in the background. I have to match the grids in the back. Is that what the grids are for? Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's 3 grids down from the middle of the blue badger. Smack in the middle. 3 grids down. Okay, 3 grids down. Well, I'm spinning this wrong. 3 grids down. Straight in the middle. 1, 2. Okay, I think that's where it roughly should be. 3 grids straight in the middle. Then 1 line of empty ones, yeah. And then top. I think this is it. Is it? Yes! Let's go! I've died. Oh my gosh! Really? It looks exactly the same! Well, is this a miracle or what? Yeah, it was a miracle I found that! No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. I mean, it looked like that before I rotated it too. To that precise location. Now Edward sees, he's like, oh wow, that's crazy. I didn't notice it the other 10 times you presented this. Yes, finally, first try, 100%. Wow, that's crazy, first try. I don't get this puzzle. It's a really difficult one. Hello, JJ, how are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? This is where it really begins with villain arc. Like, you're really trying to do math for the sorry excuse of a puzzle with math. I feel like I'm doing those, like, worksheets they give you in middle school where they tell you to, like, graph a specific equation. And they give you those, like, little pieces of paper. Like, the printer paper with the, like, grids printed already on them. And then you have to draw, like, the x-axis and the y-axis. I can't believe the solution was just charting your coordinates. Oh my gosh. I'm going to clean up, grab a drink. I'm accepting really being stuck on this. I hope you enjoy your drink, Joker. You rotate a teeny tiny bit. That's why I submit all my reports and comic sans the first time to lower their expectations. So when you do it again, they're like, wow, this is an improvement. Wow, we gotta promote you. That's a good job. Stay in school, kids. Math is important. It was like, you know what I realized? If you don't rotate it too much, I think looking at the top part is your best indicator to solve this puzzle. Like, it needs to be like 3 squares down and exactly in the middle. And I think when you line up the top, the ones on the bottom, like, line up perfectly on the sides. I just want to point out that Riley solved the puzzle immediately after Joker walked away. You know what else has 3 horns on top of their head? You know, like the clown, like, Joker hats? How they have, like, 3 prongs, just like the blue badger? I think there's something suspicious going on here. Also, let me think of the random bio fact. Let's see. Did you know whales have knees? Like, if you look at their skeleton, they have knees. Which is interesting because I believe other aquatic animals don't have knees because you don't really, like, need knees if you're like an aquatic animal. But whales have knees, and that's a little bit suspicious because if you, like, trace back, like, no one knows for certain, but the existence of the whales having knees kind of indicates that at some point it must have needed those knees, perhaps on land. But because it wasn't such a big detriment to its life in the water, there wasn't really any, like, pressure for the whales to lose having knees in their anatomy. So that's why they still have knees, I guess. But yeah, I hope you like that one. Yeah. Order. The defense has proven its claim. Yeah, after a very struggling ordeal, the mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's traumatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? That you need a really specific angle for Edward to see that the vase resembles the blue badger? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Yes, yay! I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Do we have a floor plan? I'm trying to remember what the office looked like. So she was at the other window then. She wasn't near her sister's desk. I'd say the location. It was on the other side. But she did say that she was, like, chilling at her sister's office and then she ran towards the murderer, so they could have moved to the side. We already know the murder weapon was the trophy. The murderer. I don't think the vase tells us who the murderer is. I think it's the location. Yeah, it's gotta be the location. Because instead of it happening near Lana's desk, it happened over at Chief Gant's desk instead. Thank goodness we make the correct angle. Really, as my neighbor, gotta help her out when I'm done. It's gotta be the location. You gotta help me find the angle? Because now I cannot hear anything because my headphones are dead. Oh, no, you're okay, Jorky. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you had a good drink. Oh, maybe I should type that out. Let me do that. No worries. I hope you are enjoying your drink. There we go. You know, I typed the smiley face in the thing, but it looks so much like the blue badger's soul is clear. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. If very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yeah, a very, very specific one. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Yeah, because we've proven that you have to rotate the jar in a very specific way. So if we were to rotate the jar... Oh my gosh. It's not letting me rotate it exactly the way I want it to anymore. So she saw it from, like, this angle. So that's from the bottom. She saw it from the bottom. Not to the left, not to the right. But, like, literally right under it. So I guess that means the vase must have toppled over. Because she couldn't have seen that specific angle from the front like that. Or even from the bottom unless it tipped over. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Why would he do that? There's no reason. To hide the fact that Damon Gant had a role in this. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Oh, there's a halberd right there. A suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. You guys didn't childproof that lance? Accidents could happen, man. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless. I don't know if I could go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, which then checks out because that does look like his outfit. Oh shoot! Oh no, she killed him! That's why her sister didn't want to know! Oh no! Oh no! You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh no! Never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. No wonder Alana tried so hard to keep it hidden. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, Jim Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? We do, actually. Our willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. On the vase. It's a weird looking thing that looks like a V. And a happy face. That doesn't really tell us what the murder weapon is it? I wonder what that means on the side of the vase. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. A V. A 7! That could also be a 7! In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. So does a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. I think it's the 7. Maybe he got knocked back, but then it wasn't the impact that killed him, but somebody else pushed him onto there. The jerk is back, watch out! Ah! Well, my doctor told me I should drink more of it. It tastes great, Dr. Pepper. Does it have healing properties? Donna, how could you know? It's not Donna! She had no choice. She was ordered to do it by no! Poor Roger Sama, why? I think it looks like a 7. It's gotta be a 7. Real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth, no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect those points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these blood stains will reveal to us the answer. I got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh no, there's a lot of dots here! Okay, we gotta calculate the angle. So this one connects to here, is it? Oh? Oh! So it doesn't connect to there. Let's see. Is that angle's a little awkward. Is there another one with a better angle? Let's see. Oh, I think I see an A here. This is totally not me saying it's damn and Gant. No, some of these don't add up. Ugh. That kind of looks suspiciously like an A though, doesn't it? This looks suspiciously a lot like an A. That looks too much like an A. Now what other letters are here? Damn and Gant. Damn and Gant. E? E? Is that E? What does this say? It doesn't make sense, I think. Alright, who do we have in our profile? I think it's Damn and Gant. D-A-M? Gant? G-A-N... Oh, I see. I have to make it say G-A-N-T. That looks so much like an A. Where'd the N go? I have to look at this from a different perspective. Is it saying Emma? No! Wait, that does look like an M! Oh no! I hope it really is an Emma! It's gotta be Damon, right? Cause this does look a lot like an E. Oh, I hope it's not Emma. Cause if we connect it like this... Oh shoot, it really does look a lot like Emma. Oh no, don't tell me it's Emma! See, doesn't this look suspiciously a lot like Emma? Oh no! Is there a way I can make this say Damon Gant? Is that a G? Oh, I can't bend it, can I? I don't think I can form a G with this, can I? No, I think this really is an E. Oh, I think this is an A. This has to be an A. Oh, is it really Emma? I was trying so hard to spell Damon or Gant. I don't think there's a G in here. We know the first one and the last one are definitely an E and an A. It might just be Emma. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Oh, man. But would he get the little girl in trouble? Even, like, he must have known she didn't mean it. Did he write Emma because he cared about her? Instead of her being the murderer? I'm scared for her, guys. Is there really? No! No, it wasn't me! Hello, Ray. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? We had to prove that Vase was the blue badger. That one was difficult. Right when I thought it looked close enough like it, Edgeworth was like, no, I don't see it. What are you trying to point out? Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. Did someone falsify that piece of evidence too? She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was in the sky. No wonder she tried so hard to hide it. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. I don't think Gan is such a homie that he would, like, hide it, you know, to, like, protect Emma. Unless, like, Lana was investigating and she found out, oh, shoot, it was my sister. And then Gant was like, hey, I'll make sure that nothing happens to your sister. I'll take the evidence and we'll fabricate some evidence and we'll convict the other guy. And then maybe he struck a deal with Lana then, and then Lana's like been under blackmail from him the entire time. I can't help but feel he has a part of it still, like not just hiding the evidence. Maybe Gant killed Goodman. This was such a great case. Yeah, there's so much happening. I'm like, oh gosh. And like, I'm alright getting ready to move back to California. Oh, nice! Are you moving back to like your previous house, or are you moving like somewhere else in California, or to a different house? Are you excited? What's the first thing you want to do? I'm glad you're doing alright. I love his theme. It's so majestic. I really like how like they included an organ in his office, and his theme has an organ in it. And in fact, Dem and Gen's theme is titled Swimming Anyone. Oh, is it? Have you been hidden in the pool, Judgy? No, I'm drowning in work recently. Stare, same town, different place. Ooh. Are you working at your previous job again? Do you want to swim, right? Maybe after this case gets cleared? How can he stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I feel so bad because, like, Emma didn't mean for that to happen. Yeah, ooh! February 25th, 1206, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. He always comes in at the worst times. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Oh. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a whole lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Ticket Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edwards was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Maybe it will. Rules for submitting evidence. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I feel like the first one is the one at key. Somebody in the police department approved the falsified evidence. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in my prosecutor's seat? despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? Now we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. I guess it's good that the statute of limitations is over for the other one? Horse divorce! And we're still not done. There's a lot more to this case. Gumshoe the homie! There's presumably more rules of evidence law than that, but for simplicity's sake, it's just those 2 rules. You think just those 2 rules are, like, highlighted? Like, oh yeah, Wright's not gonna have time to read through this entire book. Let's just highlight these 2 passages. I think these will be relevant. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Oh no. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. No! He's just like accepting it. He's like, alright, guess I'll get penalized, my salary cut. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, cough, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution, that being the case. The prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness... Oh no! This trial is as good as over. Oh man! It's another penalty question! Bring out the real murderer. So we're gonna call Gumshoe? The real murderer. I want to blame Damon Gant, but do we have enough evidence to prove that Damon Gant's the one who did it? I think we pretty much eliminated Mike Meekins. Like, he's just passed out. I don't think it's Angel Sky, or Angel Star. I think it really is Damon Gant. He's like the one that we haven't called yet that knows enough. It's gotta be Gant, yeah. Do we have enough to bring up against him? There's a lot of things that are suspicious, but nothing that's really blaringly obvious right now. Call the Blue Badger! He's the one! I did it earlier? Ooh! Wait! Oh, no! No! Right, no! Why did you do it? What was your motive? Let's move Badger on this witness list. Yeah, I think there's a cover-up going on here. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Yeah, because it was in his side of the office. Damon Gant, what does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Can you imagine Mr. Gant was, like, on his way out? He's like, why do y'all, like, keeping me here? Witness, please state your name and occupation. You know what would be insane? The fact that we haven't presented this piece of cloth yet, right? This could have been Neil's jacket. But this color is also the same as his jackets. So maybe she pushed him instead. And she wasn't the one who pushed him, like, into the halberd thing. But rather, she pushed him farther away, and maybe he stumbled and then knocked over, like... Maybe he just stumbled in that direction, and then Gant, like, was like, ooh, let me just, like, push him or something. Because... Would she have pushed Gant? Maybe she pushed Gant somewhere else. So she wasn't the one who actually pushed the guy into the thing. She pushed Gant, but Gant came out unscathed? What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. The cloth currently breaks the first rule of evidence law. Oh yeah, it does. It wasn't approved. Oh man. Maybe we can't present it then. Huh. We gotta get it approved real quick? I think that's really with the candlestick in the courtroom. No! Did you just get excited at the fact that a member of your chat did it? No! I thought he was referring to something else! Wait, no, not candlestick. It was you with the gavel. With the gavel? Edgeworth, who are you? But keep that second rule in mind. The second rule in mind. So the first rule is the police department has to approve it. The second one is unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Ah. So even if we haven't approved it, as long as we can prove that the piece of fabric is relevant, then we can present it. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know! No! Your name and occupation, sir. Why did you do it, Ray? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. I can cut your salary, you know. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Gammon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? I found some stuff in your office. First, let's clear up the Cecil 9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There were still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal? Doesn't that make you sound more suspicious, Gant? You have weapons at your disposal, so you could have killed the guy? Is he gonna take out a gun and start firing? Huh? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I think he's threatening to take this offline, guys. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course he wanted to be promoted. He wanted that protection. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Is that actually a law? Like outside of Ace Attorney, that the chief of police doesn't need to testify? But what if the chief of police is the one who did it? Because she stole Maya's place from her. No! But how would Maya feel? As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him. He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. bumped his head. Against his face? And I better hit him hard and fast. He doesn't really give us much to work with. As I recall, ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. Guess you could say he got lucky. That's not very nice, Gant! It's just about a power outage. Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was. Gant! Why are you laughing? That's not nice! Probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Gant! That's not nice. Could you tell us what you saw? I think he did it, guys. He's smiling as he said that. Justice for Maya! It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. You know what's strange about this picture? This picture shows the knife that we know isn't the murder weapon. He gets stabbed in the back in this picture. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. I don't know how to account for this piece of evidence, but what if the person that she pushed... Because it was in the dark, right? Could she have mixed up the person she pushed? Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right, I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. So did he notice the blood on the suit of armor? Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. Removing a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that really how it went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Edge. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. I've been! Worthy, always the smooth talker. But what piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Is it a piece of fabric? I think it's a piece of fabric. I think it's a piece of fabric is our strongest one right now. But can we prove that that was his? Is that too much of a stretch? Justice for Pie! It belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. I don't think we can at this point of the case. If this belongs to you, then why does Emma have her prints on it? Unless you were actually there? I think that's our strongest piece of evidence right now. I don't think there's anything else we can use. Fingerprints. Because we can't say like, oh yeah, but that's your race, so... I wonder what this is going to be used for, the screwdriver. Because it's for a different case. I think it's a piece of fabric. The piece of fabric seems like the best piece of evidence we have at the moment. But we haven't proved that that piece of fabric is his. Oh, no. So the brown that Neil is wearing is a completely different shade of brown than Gant. And the fabric we have is the exact same shade as Gant. Okay, that's gotta be Gant's then. Here we go. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's on that? What's... Oh my gosh, I can't word. And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. Ahem, I didn't approve that piece of evidence. I don't know, you tell me, son. My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law? Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? You know, maybe you should have switched the colors of suits you wore after this case, Damon Gant. It appears the defense was not prepared. Guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Oh, please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll just do it this once, but only because you asked, Doji. Thank you, I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry to nail you. Oh, too early. Dang it. I'm surprised I didn't get penalized for that one, though. Normally I would have gotten penalized. But that's a very unique set of dialogue we just got. Do we need to probe at him again? Maybe that's the second one we have to present. So they're hinting that that one's a good piece of evidence to use, but not now? Too early to present that that's a suit, huh? What else do we do to tie him to the forgery? Oh, is it this that we found in his office? Like, oh, you actually tore it apart! So that's how you forged evidence! I found this in your office! That's the only other explanation I can find. Let me see if there's any new, unique dialogue that comes up. I think it might be that. We found this in your office, and you only gave half to Edgeworth! It's a shocking sight. Yeah, I think this is the same stuff. This doesn't really tell us as much. I think it's the fact that, like, he only gave half of the paper to Edgeworth, and the other half was in his office. Okay, Judge, Your Honor, don't mind that we casually went through his belongings. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but hey. It's gotta be this. There we go! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office, and then now we present the cloth. Take this list for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. That was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. Was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the legal investigation. Oh. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Ho, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? What do you mean me? I wasn't even a lawyer back then. Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? I mean, I'm sure there were security cams in his office. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Oh, so he would have known! Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. No, don't fire my guy! What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he won't be paying to work. Oh no! Detective Gumshoe's getting that internship pay! He's working for free! Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's go! Yeah, what's the evidence list? Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, and they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Unless you wanted Lana to do something for you. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Dodgy, in return, though. I know, I'll go to the pool! That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They must go to the same country club. There's something going on between Udgy and Gant. I'd appreciate if you would stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, well, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? How do you know back— No! Phoenix, no! Wrong time! How do you know back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped— Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, did you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Grr, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Now, concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, Rito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Rito. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? Not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise is in the sky. Well, now do you see? He really doesn't give us much to work with, huh? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all of us. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? You became Chief of Police after. That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho, 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 ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm all that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 really sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to make chief anyway. Ah, be careful when pointing that finger or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Haji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means. If there wasn't anything in it for me, you helped Lana cover it up, and Lana pledged to do whatever you told her to do. That's why you killed Detective Goodman, and you told Lana to stab and take the blame. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. You're tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yeah. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to help lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then, who is this person you believe Chief Camp may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SO9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays— No! Judge, no! Your Honor! Look, even the jury's judging you, Aji! Oh, wait. You must mean puppet. Admitted, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless there is also what happened in this that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of the detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone had been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? You better not go to the country club with him anymore. Who knows, you might be next, Udgy. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That is, impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. He put his whole career on the line, man. He was like, I better come up with something, make up for it, because he's gonna get penalized anyway. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I think this is the strongest one. The 777. That's super suspicious. Is there another piece of evidence? I think the 777 is our best bet right now. Just be like, yeah, don't mind us knowing what his ID number is when we broke into his safe to get those items. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you could prove that's my card number. It's your number. This is why you set. That's why the internet tells you to set unique passwords. So people don't find out your ID card number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office required a code to open. I wonder if Phoenix is going to get penalized after this case. Like, he did a lot of illegal things to get that evidence. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime! Ooh! His breakdown! We're getting closer! Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search in my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Right now, this court demands an explanation about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Yeah, I'd be concerned if you didn't go to the bathroom alone. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Yeah, because he died. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Victim? The locker was open. Let's see. The locker was open before Jake Marshall went in, which means that because their fingerprint activated, Detective Goodman must have went in there to get his evidence. I think it's the open locker. Let me see if there's a better way to prove this. Nothing's illegal if there's no cops around. This is why you don't use the same password for every website. Yeah, prime example right here. There's a cowboy guy there too. It's gotta be on Goodman's report. Goodman's report? The lost item report? But he never submitted it to the chief of police. I think it's the fact that the locker room or the door was already open before we know the guy that dressed like Goodman, Jake Marshall, went in. So there's no way if Damon Gant went in by himself, he'd be able to open up the locker before Jake Marshall went in, because those are fingerprinted per detective. I think it's the fact that the evidence locker was open already. Is that the cursed video again? So actually, if we see from this video right here, at 5:14, the locker was already open because of that light. Yeah, that don't overthink. Oh, this video? Because if I were to present the report just proves that he lost his ID card. So I guess the train of thought you could say is if you present the report, then it's like, yeah, did he put the time on the report, actually? Because I feel like you could also argue the locker. Would the locker be better? Yeah, it doesn't tell the time. So we already know he lost it. Victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. The thing is, if it can only be submitted to the Chief of Police, maybe he did go to Chief Gant, but he didn't finish writing it out and it was never submitted. So does that still count? Let me look at the other pieces of evidence I have. So we can say it was already open before Jake went in, so we know he must have went in before that time. And we know it wasn't him that scanned in. It was Damon Gant that scanned in during that time, because he lost his ID card. It's proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Could also say that he went to the Chief of Police because he was like, oh, I lost my ID card. And then Damon Gant was like, oh yeah, let me just like scan you in so you can get your evidence. I guess that does also check out. So you can either argue the open locker, or you can argue that he had to submit this. Maybe the can only be submitted to the Chief of Police might be the part that ties it together. Overthinking on these are what streamers do. No, it's the report, but it doesn't say the time. He didn't finish writing it though. But I guess I see the logic. Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. So he must have went up to him. He didn't fill it out. He didn't finish. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So he couldn't have went in. Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are now in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. See, that's what I was thinking he would say. He filed it. How do you know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. So he filed it, but he didn't remember his ID card number, so he just left it. It's not done, though. I thought he just went up to his boss and was like, hey, I lost my ID card. Can I get another one? He needed to, yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Is this when I present the locker? Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Yeah, it's kind of looking like that. Exactly, but wait. The Chief of Police didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Yeah! Oh my gosh! Oh, he got electrocuted! Chief Gant, you did! Murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. It was found in my car! That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? 'Cause you moved, Edgeworth! I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Did he make poor Meekins do it? Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I just thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. Is it a screwdriver? Because it seems useless! The screwdriver, you know? Brought back to his office by Gant's request. Did Gant say, here, take this and bring it back? And then somebody threw his body in his trunk? Oh, they unscrewed the lock on the back of his trunk and threw the guy's body in there? That's kind of crazy, using random evidence from another case? That's tainting the evidence. It's gotta be the screwdriver, because he said it seems like the most useless piece of evidence. It's a screwdriver. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is a screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. Oh. That's how he moved it. He was like, hey, come over here. Take the screwdriver. And then they took his body with it. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. You did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by the car! Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? Yeah, that's a little suspicious. There's only one plausible explanation to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Mr. Hook at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken out from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Not if you're going to jail! But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant was the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Jeez, what was that effect? It was a really electrifying reveal, I guess. It was a screwdriver, but only wait for the report to be accepted. would be for him to meet Chief Gant, which means they have to have met. Yeah. Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? This will come up later. I haven't used this one yet. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Do I have proof? I might. I don't want him to just squirm his way out of this. Gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Please hurry up and present it. Just remember, better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. If he was in the evidence room with Goodman, and Goodman was transferring evidence from the SL9 case, it should probably be something related to the SL9 case. Found at the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler. I think it's the switchblade knife. He killed him with the switchblade knife from the SL9 case. I think it's the knife. I think a knife's our best bet. The keyword here is yet. There's no other proof we have it yet? Really? Aw, oh, dang it. I guess I'll lose 2 health lives. He knows how to take the evidence to not point to him. Oh, man. Ah. So maybe not, huh? I guess I'll just present one, and you'll be like, are you sure? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate Chief's skill. I'll let you be the judge. I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? Ah, dang it. Oh, I think Mr. Wright is I'm going to be late for lunch. Guess it wasn't enough. So I guess we have to say no. We don't have it yet. Is someone going to bring us evidence? Because I feel like the knife was our best bet, so I have no proof yet is probably the one. There's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. So we have to just let him go? See, Audrey? In case this courtroom is forced to penalize you for for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose right now. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Audrey, I'll leave the rest to you. Oh man, we just let him go like that? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a... What? We're gonna lose another 2 lives? So we don't win either way! Do you remember the second rule of evidence law? The second rule is, if we have unregistered evidence, it must pertain to the case at hand. Not yet we have Lana. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Oh? Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. It's gotta be Lana then. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. But Lana hasn't. And I'm sure with the fact that we dug so deep into it, she's like, you know, everyone knows the truth behind what happened. I think she'll be more willing to tell us the truth now. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. You think a little health bar pops up over Edgeworth's head too when he has to decide which witnesses to call? Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls for the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on, huh? Oh, he's back! I guess he was like, she's gonna tell everything. I better just testify myself. Oh, there was actually a lot of traffic, Udgy, so I don't think we could have made that early bird special, so we just rescheduled. Chief Gant, I thought you were gonna go eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Guys, are you seeing this? Jury? Judge? He's threatening her? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Oh, this isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Wait, he back? Seriously? He has really good hearing. The minute he heard we were gonna call Lana Skye, he's like, oh, time to go back and threaten her. I think I said the keyword was yet. Oh, second evidence law? Lurk, hello, how are you? Thanks for stopping by today. And thank you so much for the lurk. We keep digging deeper and deeper. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. No! Oh no, Gumshoe! Not him going like, ha ha ha, guys, I lost my job! I'm unemployed now! Oh no! I guess the keyword yet is because Gumshoe's gonna give us something important right now. I love how Gumshoe just casually brings us stuff. He's like, hey, so here's another piece of evidence. Yeah, don't tell me how I got it, but I got it just for you, homie. Just for you, pal. Ha ha ha, I'm not a detective anymore. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. Where are you gonna work, Gumshoe? At your office? He's like, you're responsible for me losing my job, so you pay me. You'll pay me a livable wage. My office? Sure, I'll take the place of that top-notted girl you used to work with. Could he meet Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again! How's he always get the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There's some risks to be considered. I guess we're gonna learn those specific risks now. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Hey, she's back! Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Oh no, so she knows. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by the terrible man. She did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Kent's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. It must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Kent may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right. It's time to end this. Ooh, to be continued. He's the police chief, and his words, he could do whatever he wants, including taint evidence and blackmail. Who made that rule that let him do whatever he wants? With not even, like, you know, talking in the courtroom? He has too much power, guys. Yeah, I don't like it. Don't you know? Don't you promoted a citizen? No! Don't you know? I feel so bad. He's just trying to help us. I love how it's like trial ladder number 2. We're gonna get a trial ladder number 3, guys. Justice for my... I think this next chapter is the last one. Ooh. I'm gonna take a really quick bathroom break if it's okay, guys. It's tough, and we all know that those with too much power like to do. Yeah. He's trying to make everyone else do his bidding and hide everything important. Man. I feel so bad for Emma, though. Like, she really did not mean to kill him. She just saw a weapon and she freaked out and she pushed him. Like, she really didn't mean it. Oh, hello, Cesare. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. My name is Riley and it's nice to meet you. We are currently working on the last part of Case 5 of the first game in Ace Attorney Trilogy. We connected our current case to an older case, and we found out that a certain someone in power is really suspicious. He's exercising his guy in power rights, so it's very hard for us to get information out of him. But hopefully with this last part of the trial, we're depending on a different witness now. She'll tell the truth and we'll be able to find out what exactly happened. But we're like entirely convinced that we know who did it. We just gotta find more decisive evidence for it. Thank you for the shout out, of course! Aside from Ace Attorney, I also play Honkai Star Rail, Pokemon games, Fire games, the Devil May Cry series, and the Yakuza series. Well, hi, how was your stream? What did you play today? I hope everyone's doing well. I'm actually going to take a really quick bathroom break, and then we're going to continue with this part of the case. It's all boiling down to this, but I'll be back really soon. Thank you guys for waiting. back. Thank you guys for waiting. Okay, we'll resume from this part. February 25th. Oh wow, this court's been going for a while. It's taking a whole 9 to 5. 2 to 21 p.m. 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you were the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. I know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble anyway. There's no holding back. Telling the truth and telling us what Gant did. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this. No! Why are you doing this, Lana? I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant had nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Ooh. Hi, how are you, really? Hello, Swoogie. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? We're on the last part of Case 5. And Lana is still not telling us the truth. So we're going to try to get her to tell the truth so we can find out what really happened. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been really good, coming from the same school as Mia. Lieutenant Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer, and my sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana! So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Do you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. This is the point right here. The broken Prosecutor's Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. And he was stabbed from the back. So it wasn't the spear that killed him. What? So she pushed Gavin Gant because that coat looks the same color as his jacket. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it was my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Somebody else pushed him. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change his statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Was it a guy disguised as Dark? Damning Gant? Oh, one was lying on the floor a little distance away. He was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lie with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. There we go. This is the statement we want. What people lying in court in Ace Attorney game unheard of. It's almost like swearing to tell the truth, but nothing but the truth doesn't exist in this game. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. Yeah, you huh? But why? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why'd you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well. Let's add this to witness's testimony. The reason this guy fabricated the knife. I think it's the location that's more important. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it all that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Oops, wrong statement! The other one. Oh wait, no, is it this one? Okay, there we go. This one's more important, I think. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it from there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body. If people told the truth, the game would just be called Attorney and wouldn't have blue badges on it. It takes a special kind of attorney to figure things out when people are lying. There we go, that's important. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I thought it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Your Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. You're so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened! In any case, as a prosecutor, what I have done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying! Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Yeah, how do you move two guys? Like, that's pretty heavy to move. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Let me look at this part again. Why it threatened her plan. I know it's the statement. When you came to, they already shattered to pieces. You see, that contradicts the fact that she said that was what was wedged in his body was the defendant trophy, or like the prosecutor's trophy. See, this doesn't make sense. sense because right now everyone is saying that Neil Marshall got pushed by Emma, and then there was like that whole scuffle, and that's how the vase fell over. And then that's also like in that process he got impaled. But that doesn't add up with the fact that what was actually like stabbed in his back, what was determined from the autopsy report that killed him, was the trophy. So that doesn't add up. Now I have to think about what to present here. I think it's too early to present this. Something suspicious about it. Let me take a look at this again. No, this one is just to determine what part she tells us. So it's that statement, but let me take a look at the other ones again. Where's the part where she said it was like the trophy? I don't think it was this one. There was a statement where she talked about the trophy, I think. Can't find that statement again. Take a look at this one again. Pieces of the jar ruined her plan to move the body. So it didn't look like she pushed him in. Jar was already shattered. And then Dark probably hit his head on the vase. Somebody bonk him in the head with the vase? That would explain why he's unconscious. Contradiction somewhere. Let me look at the pieces of evidence again. So right here should be the setup. It was knocked over. So if somebody knocked it over from below, like the small part, it would have flipped forward. So that coincides with the blue badger perspective we noticed earlier. Thing is, they found the halberd in his back. So what killed him couldn't have been the push. Pieces of jar that shattered. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife, single stab wound, died from blood loss. Missing tip. Okay, so why would the pieces of the jar that shattered threaten her plan? It would change the location. So if it happened near her desk, and it happened there. I feel like she said a statement about it being the wrong weapon, but I can't find it again. Dark's knife went inside the room and moved the body. Yeah, this one is just to change Why'd you move the body? But the body was found by her desk. Why did you move it there? Because the vase threatened her plans. Be more expedient to move the body to show that Dark committed the. Is Gant chilling there on his side to move him out of suspicion? The jar was already. When you found them, the jar was already shattered. So something happened over there. Dark was lying unconscious. The jar must have been broken during their struggle. So I think the vase was bonked on Dark's head, and that's why he became unconscious. And then the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. Let me review the court record again. I know it's this statement, but why is the vase significant? Let me see what I have. Okay, so it's not this. Because it has Emma written on it? I think this one's exhausted its use. Single stab wound piercing. I think the angle is a little wrong. Like, if they were scuffling near the vase, like, I don't... The guy wouldn't have gotten stabbed like that, you know? Like it's not a straight poke through his back. Like, the picture is probably not it. It's not the evidence list. A piece of cloth I feel will come later. We don't have any other piece of evidence. I think it's the unstable jar. Is it the fact that it's unstable? Or the fact that it has Emma written on it? Let me take a look at this again. Hey, look here! It's hard to make out because there's a dark red stain here. Let's see if some of the other places search for spots, but this one's a line. Ooh? Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom! That's weird. I wonder what side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? Bottomless jar. Maybe that's the hit? It's like weird. Is it the vase? Is there something that I didn't find in the vase? And then they're going to be like, okay, well, what exactly is the... Because there's something weird. And this one right here is missing a thing. It's missing a side right here. I think the only one that's kind of relevant right now is the vase. I keep calling it a vase. It's a jar. I think it has to be this one. I don't see any other one. Yeah, it's the jar. Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister because Emma was written on the jar. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threaten my clan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, he would not have been impaled. Because if he was impaled, like, how can he, like, turn over and, like, take blood from, like, his like, stomach and gone, like, I think that's a bit far. Let me take a look at that picture again. Yeah, that's That's a bit far for a guy to be able to write on it. It must not yet have been broken before he died. Must not yet have been broken before he died. That is also true. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Ah, I think I see what happened. Okay, what if Gant dressed up? And then he framed Emma so Lana would panic. And then Lana's like, oh shoot, it was my sister who did it. And then she went up to Gant. She's like, Gant, oh my gosh. And Gant's like, hey, if you help me out and give me control over the prosecutors, I'll help save your sister. And then she was like, oh please, I don't want my sister to, live with the guilt of this. Somebody else took his blood and wrote Emma on it. Order, Your Honor, it would appear. More information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. May be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. Maybe there's something else in the jar? Yeah, I think the jar was the only one that was, relevant. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So when she went in, there was already blood on the jar. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Ooh, are we connecting the dots again? Like what the next possibility would be? Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Aww! But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really believe us to think you didn't investigate what's written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. Didn't have time? So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. You would fabricate evidence for me? Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the bodies as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. Yeah, she must have been really hurrying. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall. You wouldn't have wiped away the blood. Unless you thought your sister did it. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch dark in that office. Detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. Never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gone to the bottom of this incident, no doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. So no new testimony. Okay. Jar was already broken. was dark at the time. She said it was dark, so she didn't know her sister's name was written on it. She had a flashlight, though. Suspicious. So she definitely thought that Emma did something. Yeah, it was pitch dark, and she said she came prepared. So she wiped away everything. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. She noticed the blood stains, but it was dark, so I didn't have time to check it out. But she just said she had a flashlight! That's a little bit suspicious. It's dark in the room at the time. I understand why she couldn't have seen that her sister's name was written, though, because it was all shattered in pieces, so you would have to piece them all together to find out. There is something suspicious going on here. Let me take a look at the court record. What do we have here? List of evidence. Satin. You know what's interesting? The fact that she said she wiped away all the blood, or she wiped away the blood, but if you look at this piece, right? That means she wiped away everything else, but she didn't wipe away that specific spot. So that means maybe she wasn't the first person to go into that room. Somebody else already took that piece and hid it. Or maybe that piece was like flung really far away or underneath something so she didn't see it. Because she definitely would have noticed a stain as big as that, especially with the flashlight. So why is it only that specific piece that has that much blood on it? Everything else was wiped away, but that specific spot. Could you imagine if this one we picked the jar we picked before? I have a feeling it's the jar again. Like, hey, Your Honor, let's look at the jar again. You have other pieces of evidence, Phoenix, right? Okay, but the jar right over here. What statement? I wiped away all the blood. No, actually, there were some. What would be the best statement? She noticed the blood traces, and she said she didn't have time to really look at it, so she wiped away all the blood. I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were just... Is it this one? To be safe, I wiped away the blood? The first two. I think it's the bloodstained one. Jar was already broken. Yeah. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. You didn't know your sister's name was written. Then how come this one has quite a large amount of blood still on it? I think I'll say the jar of the vase if you want. It's definitely a work of art. I have to think about what statement to present it on though. Is it this one? You technically didn't wipe away all the blood. What's this over here? That must mean that somebody took that piece. Is it that train of logic? Because I don't think it's the other statements. Because she's like, I'm sure I got them all. So that's kind of just her going, maybe. These are kind of like, you know, I think it's this statement. To be safe, I wiped away all the blood. Because it's not technically all the blood. Am I going to present it? Maybe I'll present it. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Miss Sky, there's still blood on there. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Yeah! Chief Gant got there! And then he put some stuff away and made you worry about your sister so he could blackmail you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That must be a very big jar! That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They're in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? I do feel like that sometimes. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When the witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. That, there's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant, the time he was looking for Doc downstairs. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Ooh. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Tim Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. He purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Oh, so it made it seem like she pushed him and impaled him. But that corresponds to what Lana said earlier about the weapon sticking out of his back was actually the prosecutor's halberd. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Oh! Now we can bring him back! That's the evidence we were trying to prove earlier! But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. Oh! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Yeah, now we can bring him back. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, imagine Mia like flashes in this very scene. Phoenix, listen to your gut feeling. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Uh-oh, it's all conspiracy. Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Oh, is she telling us the truth now? Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I raised all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. If it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on that armor sword? You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof.
Actually,
Oh, she does have proof!
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Thought it might be needed.
Wait, but I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Is it in the evidence book?
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
Is it in here?
Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Ooh, there we go. That's such a cute book to teach people about evidence law. Ah, here we go.
Looks like there's something slipped.
Oh my gosh! The poor guy! Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my, this is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this.
Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be? The part where she pushed him?
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
So it was his jacket?
It has Emma's prints on it.
That's even more confusing. But we're trying to prove that Emma didn't push him. The cloth had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints those are? Must be the real murderer. What? With those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Yeah, it was his jacket. Oh? Gant? Come now, Aji, this is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant, what now? You want to make me out as the bald guy too? Bad guy. As a bulge? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify, which means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Whoa. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
Evidence will do all the talking. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. What you mean? You still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto?
Oh no, he knows about the cloth.
Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right?
Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
What if she just knocked him to the floor and somebody else, like, hurt him with the prosecutor's award?
Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed? Oh, this is a hard one. I feel like we have to. Yeah, Kevin, you're back. Where have you been? I had to leave for a bit to get some work done. Ooh. I hope you had a good work. Are you finished with your work? I don't know. Do we present it? I feel like if we present it, there's probably something else we can say about that case. Because Emma did pass out. So who's to say somebody didn't, like, cut out that piece of fabric, take it over to Emma, and then, like, put it on her hands while she's passed out? Evidence presented as relevant to the case. Can we prove that? Do we say you cannot show the evidence because it's not relevant? Can we not cook? Can we not show it? So do we say we can't show the evidence until we prove the connection? Then we have Lana talk more. Then we find out that the reason why the piece of fabric was cut out was because somebody cut it out and they put the fingerprints when Emma was passed out, and then they were like, oh yeah, you should show it, right? I think it's we cannot show the evidence right now because we haven't proven its connection. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
No, actually, evidence law?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. It's going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. I just know the jury is like going through it. Like they're having a day. They're like, wow, lots of things are coming up. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gal right now. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. But he can't talk. You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day, and then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana, if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That was when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Skye. I told her to arrange all their evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. That was before Lana arrived at the scene, I mean. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? Why? For assurance, of course. Assurance? Well, sure, my plan would work, and it's always best to be prepared for worse. You know what's interesting about the 2 pieces of evidences that he hid? Both of them pin the blame at Emma. But now we think, is it because Emma really did it? I mean, if he was trying to manipulate her, he would have shown her the evidence, you know? He would have been like, hey, see, the vase says your sister's name. Your sister's fingerprints are on here. Oh my gosh, you better hide them. But he hid them because there's something fishy about it. He framed the sister in case at the first glance. She said, no, you know, I'm sure it wasn't my sister. Then he could bring out the additional evidence if he really needed to. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? And why would you hide it if all the evidence pretty much points at Emma? You wouldn't hide it. In fact, you'd show people so you wouldn't be convicted. What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See that jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana. to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Yeah, what he said! It's gotta be let her cook. Am I cooking?
Ho ho ho, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more.
Is it relevant to the case? Oh, the piece of cloth?
Come on, Rido, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it.
I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment, you say you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine! I think we can show it now, because he's proven the connection. Second evidence law. So he's proven that he was keeping it to control Lana. So I think we can show it now. We should show it now? He just admitted implicating Emma so he can control Lana. We have to show it. Show. Okay, we'll show. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence.
I hope he explains it well. This is a yikes. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece. Yeah, it's the part that he cut it out. So now we can say, who's to say you didn't cut it out and put her prints on it forcefully? So she wasn't actually the one that like pushed him onto the halberd and caused, or like the spear and caused his death. Because you cut out the piece of the victim's vest. And now he's agreeing to it, which is a good sign.
Ah, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? Uh-oh. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Huh?
Ho ho ho, you're as slow on the uptick as ever, Worthy.
What if that wasn't actually a piece of his vest that was cut out? It was somebody else's. And then he like burned the one that was actually there. Is that too much of a stretch? Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer.
Whose fingerprints are they? Oh man, how are we gonna spin this? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Are we baiting him, like slowly? Dun 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 dun. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh my gosh, this case is like throwing me for a loop! All according to Keikaku. We have to make it seem like he's winning, so he talks a little bit more.
Oh ho ho ho, you're really something, Rido. You knew this girl did it all along. You still trying to pin that murder on me.
Now who's to say you didn't fabricate it? So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove the prosecutor marshal to his death. How could you? You monster! Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too.
Bro's been practicing for only a year.
You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! Doesn't matter, cat got your tongue. Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? What's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No, it was the guy who cut the fabric out. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves
who the real killer is.
Dang, we're going back and forth between SL9 and the Goodman case. Hey, hello, Nishiki. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Yeah, it's time for Gant's downfall. We've gone to the point with the piece of cloth. Has Emma's fingerprints on it, but it seems Phoenix Wright is cooking something right now. We're almost there? What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Yeah, we gotta get him. Hello, Xena. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do a shout out for you. Here we go. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? My name is Riley, and it's nice to meet you. We are... Yeah, so that's the victim. But, we're currently playing Ace Attorney Trilogy, the first game, the 5th case. And we're getting really close to finding out how exactly the murder happened. We found out that the current murder we're working on is connected to an older case that happened 2 years ago. And we have the guy, he's just really not admitting things, and he fabricated a bunch of evidence, and it's super hard to try to find the evidence to pinpoint him. But we're getting there, slowly but surely. But aside from Ace Attorney, I also play Honkai Star Rail, Pokemon Games Farm Games, the Devil May Cry series, and the Yakuza series. But hi, how was your stream? What did you play today? I hope everyone's doing well. Honey, how's Ace Attorney today? I'm doing good! Ace Attorney is, wow, like, this case is really taking us for a loop. Like, when you think a certain thing happened, they're like, oh, actually, there's this factor. And you're like, wait a second, huh? Yeah, it's gonna be that last evidence. That's the new one, and we haven't used this one yet. You know what's weird? The fact that he got impaled, right? And they're saying that he was killed by a single stab wound from the back. Wouldn't, judging from the location of the vest, that's where he was like stabbed, right? But if he was stabbed through with the spear, wouldn't there be a hole in the fabric? There's no hole in the fabric. It's like clean, which means that he was lying there. He got stabbed in the back with something else, the prosecutor halberd. It didn't go through his body completely, but they wanted to make it seem like he was impaled completely through. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. And he's missing that part of the vest. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out from his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. There's also no blood on it. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out by the vase. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Skye? picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. Oh. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Didn't know there was a storm in the courtroom, too. Objection? Oh, he's really panicking now. No more smiles, huh? Oh, now he's smiling. Oh, that was close, Rido. You almost had me. I think I do have you. You're panicking quite a bit here, Gant. We cooking! It was good. Got some super good endgame things tonight. Ooh, nice! Shane was good. I played BD3 with a friend tonight, and we stormed the castle in the hells. Ooh, fun! Something in my heart rally, I'm fine with it. Wait, huh? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. Dang it! You can just admit it right now, you know? I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is legal evidence. No, actually, because we proved it was relevant to the case in hand, I think you need to take a look at the evidence law book again. You know, I think this is a kid-friendly evidence law book. It has a cute little creature on it. Evidence law for children. Order. What nonsense is this? Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Raji? Earlier, old Rido here concealed that piece of evidence. So then what's your excuse, Rido? You have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. We had to prove its relevance. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Who? Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Oh, cooking! Well, Mr. Wright. It seems at last I get to present the evidence book. The time for me to reveal my plan has already arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not, sir. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. I needed you to prove its relevance. What do you mean you couldn't? Lana's super smart. She really predicted everything. She gave us that book. There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. I can't go to the country club with you anymore. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want a relevancy? Just take a look at this picture, Anne. But I didn't present the picture yet at that time. Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No!
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, a piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, damning Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally proved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damn Gant! The killer was you!
Whoa! He's going with all the vowels!
You're gonna cut your arms off! Guys, he's tweaking!
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. Good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being crimes every day, and he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
She wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. Evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth.
Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. Hey, so I was actually bought over by, What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? I can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Oh, the poor guy! He felt bad about what happened with Jake, and he was pleading with him. He was like, can we please? He trusted him. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, it's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this... Oh, he did a turnaround! It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring a SL9. That's when I saw it, the cursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. Swearing so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. Everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was just too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke her trunk, but what's the big deal? Make a lot more than us detectives ever will. He's got to buy a whole new car for himself! Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. Don't lower him to that level. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel our lunch date. Sorry, old friend. They can have jail food together, I guess, during visitation hours?
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago.
I can't believe you turned into such a corrupt man.
You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. He's talking so casually about all this. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna get the death penalty, but don't worry. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in the trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Aww. Her smile.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky, and to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job! In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination is in order for all of us. The Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted out as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there anything amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. I need to take my lunch. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Yay! Yippee! Woo! Do you think Aji uses, like, Damon Gant's country club card? Like, it's kind of like a bring a guest to the country club day. So that's why he's apologizing. He's like, sorry, Aji, I can't take you to the country club anymore. You got to get your own membership. Just teasing you. Okay. I'd worry about it more than the country club, Gant. God by the law. Jeez, that's quite big. You might be a villain, but man, was he a good one. He was really hard to crack, honestly. Like, every single time I was like, oh, can I say this? Is this too far of a stretch? Lana was pretty hard because she put together hers pretty well. There was only, one contradiction, and it was a little bit hard unless you really, really thought about it. Unfortunately, don't have the clapping emote. Clap, 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 clap! I have to say, both of them were working to bring them down. Yeah. Really only visiting. Sorry I'm gone so often lately. Oh, no, you're okay, Akuma. I hope you've been well. Thank you so much for stopping by to visit. I hope you've been doing well. Congrats on completing this very long case. Thank you, Nishigi. How many streams was it for this case? Was it like 5? At least 5? I think the first one I did up to trial day 2, I think. And then the second one was trial day 2 and investigation day 2. Was it? I think it was like 5 streams, 4 to 5 streams. Yeah, we did it, Yumi! Man, if we had a schedule, I would check it for myself. Oh, I can check back to my old streams. I label them by case. So it should be all the ones that say case 5 on them. February 25th, 5. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, it really was like a whole 9 to 5, this case. At long last, it's finally over. Ooh? Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. She saw her smile. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but... Oh, Alana didn't say a single word to me. Gumshoe, no! Does that mean he gets his job back? Do you think the next chief will, like, hire him back?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oopsie, I am again. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen half of your people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Her sister, Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. He's like, don't tell anyone. I might get fired again.
My own disappeared for a moment, but anywho, good night, really sorry. Oh, no, you're good. Thank you so much for stopping by, Kima. Take care, yourself. Stay well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. I hope you've been well. Good night. Stare. What the heck, Gumshoe? We're having a moment.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No. I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Aww.
Oh, Emma. No one can change the past. The one thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future.
Aww.
At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
He's hiding behind the couch. He's like, I didn't do anything. It's fine. We can forgive Gumshoe. Because of him, we got this nice moment. He always looks like something bad's about to happen. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. But he didn't know it was fabricated evidence. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me were the same.
You despise criminals, but it doesn't mean you'll act poorly because of it. That's why you try so hard to find the truth, Edgeworth, because you despise criminals. You want the right guy to be punished, instead of someone innocent.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone.
But he's not alone. He has Phoenix Wright.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Oh, is he gonna become a defense attorney?
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Tim Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial.
You weren't alone. Oh, you had Phoenix Wright.
You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered.
So you could say Wright is his weapon. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Is it this? Because we each found half of it? He found half and we found the other half? Is it? That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what would you do now?
I'm gonna go on vacation.
I'm gonna go on a worldwide cruise and think about life.
Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help let it grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn catching up to do. Here's a little something for you.
Scientific investigation? The little pictures on the books are so cute.
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis, I will. I love how she just randomly has these books with her.
And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun.
Aww. It's so wholesome when Lana smiles.
And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't you go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought she said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Oh no! Believe me, it wasn't cheap either, so I gotta pay for it, huh? We didn't go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha, you see? Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. So he didn't make anything from this trial. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, I'll work a part-time job at the coffee shop. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh? Ooh. If anything comes up again with scientific investigation, I will remember the grid system. I ran to a friend of mine in Europe. I hope she'll be pleased to send me under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Is she gonna work in a different country? Oh, designed Kazuya Nuri? Isn't he the one that designed the Great Ace too? I thought I was a goner. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Man, his salary must be really low. Bingo! Maya, come back! Look how long it took for us to do this case without you! Longest case in the game! Because Maya wasn't here to channel his spirit. My next mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir! I could be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Justice for All next? Ooh? Is that the name of the next game? Yeah, we did it! Oh no, not the blue badger! Oh gosh. Oh! Ooh! He ran out of battery! Is he gonna say something? What's the sequel? Ooh. Yeah, I'll be working on the sequel after this. I think we're at a good stopping point with case 5 being done. So I think I'll set that next stream. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown? The star managed to sneak this in on me. She's ain't one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Oh, he's making friends in jail. I love how they let him keep his cowboy fit in jail. They were like, let him win. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right special. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. That's kind of a nice meal. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? The other direction.
Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
I've never seen him leave a seat. Guess that's what his chair looks like. It's soft, our savior. It's Maya! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. So I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, she's okay! It's Maya!
I'll never forget what that defense attorney said, but the forgets.
He remembers what he said, but he doesn't remember his name. That's how much of an impact he had on him.
Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. Huh? What's going on?
I love how he employs the bellboy too. Like, he's just working multiple jobs. First the hotel, now bringing tea to Edgeworth. I guess Edgeworth is doing some soul searching at the end of this game. Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh? Is there a picture of them inside? That's such a cute book. Pio. I feel like I would learn so much if all my textbooks had a little cute duck guy on it. Oh! When she first started working. Aww. Oh my goodness! It's so sweet! Ooh. So it would be new game then, huh? Because they're considered separate games. When the game originally came out, was it like 3 different games? Like 3 different cartridges? And then like for the DS and for the Switch, they compiled all 3 into one? Let me check, is there more story? I think if I load these files, it would go back to the trial. So I think we'll have to click 3 separate cartridges. Ah, so yeah, I guess it's, you would have to select like new game. Yeah, there we go. Then you would say play Justice for All, and it'd create a new set. Trials and Tribulations is the 3rd one. Okay, I think I will start a new file next time. I think this is a good stopping point. So next time we can focus solely on the first case of the 2nd game. It was separate releases. Ooh, yes, so originally 3 different games. So how do you rate each case? Ooh. The first one was kind of meh because I already told you who the perpetrator was. The second one was also meh because I told you who the perpetrator was. I think my favorite is the 4th one. I may be really biased because Edgeworth is a really big focus of that case, and I like Edgeworth. The 3rd one was, I like the Steel Samurai, but it was okay. The 5th one was intriguing. There was a lot going on in the 5th case. The 5th case was good. I think if I had to rank them, I would put 4th the fourth case first, and then the fifth case? And then maybe the third, and then the second, and then the first? The Edwards one just hit different. The last one, even though I only saw this one, had many, many plot twists and loops. Yeah! Oh my gosh, we do not talk about the Angel Star testimony in the beginning. I hated the Angel Star testimony in the beginning. Like, she kept saying things and I was like, am I not understanding a point of her testimony? She was harder than Gant. Gant was pretty hard. Gant and Lana were pretty hard, but everybody else in between was kind of like, they were okay. Just kidding. I like Steel Samurai 1 because of the music. Yeah, I like the Steel Samurai music. That one was snazzy. The fifth case had more plot twists than a Mission Impossible movie. Yeah. I think the last time I was as like my brain out was like when I played the third case of The Great Ace Attorney, the first game. It was a lot of like, wait, was this here before? And then if you try to like lie and say, yeah, it was there before, the prosecutor will be like, are you lying? And it's like, no, I'm not. I promise. Parentheses, I was, because I didn't notice it in the beginning. Oh my gosh, that third case in The Great Ace Attorney was an adventure. The fifth one had the most Blue Badger screen time. How can it be number one? Because Edward's number one. I feel like that music is stuck in my head. Dun 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 dun. I wonder how the developers felt when they were like, yeah, let's make this thing look suspiciously like the Blue Badger. I liked the fifth case, but the Blue Badger puzzle really brought it down for me. That was really frustrating, yeah. The fact that they want it really specifically positioned, like a lot of the other ones, there was like a little bit room for error, right? So if you get generally in that vicinity, then they count it as a win. But that one was like, oh, it's gotta be like three rows down from the middle, exactly in the middle. The prongs on the side have to reach between the third and the fourth square. So who's your top 3 characters? In all of Ace Attorney? Or in the trilogy? First case has the parrot, so definitely gotta be in the top 2 for the game. I hope Phoenix Wright continues to call really wild witnesses. Can you imagine him going like, oh yeah, I call this witness's dog. You see the 2 barks. I mean, the dog saw something suspicious happen in this very room. I think it's tough for me to say because the last case was so long. Yeah, that one was a long one. Oh, so far? I feel like I'm a little bit biased because I played The Great Ace Attorney first. The Great Ace Attorney was actually like my pipeline into the series. So I'll have to put Kazuma first from The Great Ace Attorney. And then Edward second. And then I would put Ryunosuke third. I'm like really biased for The Great Ace Attorney. I also like Herlock because he's like a silly little guy. Like whenever Herlock appears, you're like, what is he doing? Herlock, no, don't eat the bar of soap. You'll have stomach issues, Herlock. Laker Clark has a Blue Badger theme as a sound alert. As she should! Did you play all the games? I realize I can start naming these. Instead of like Ace Attorney 1, because the other ones have names. Now I can label them Justice for All. Yippee! Herlock Fortnite dancing during a child's hilarious. You know what's the best part about that? The best part is, so I didn't finish Trial 5 in The Great Ace Attorney because I was like, oh no, if I finish it, the game is over. So I actually don't know the conclusion of like Trial 5. I only know up to like the point I played, and I think I only did like the first day of trial, but it's been a while, so I don't really remember what exactly happened except for who the victim was. But then it's so funny because Herlock actually has more than that dance. Like, if you look in the files, I think he has like another 2 that they decided not to use. So they were just experimenting with which dance was the funniest to put in the game. I love Herlock. He's just a silly little guy. Like, I don't even know what he's doing half the time. And my favorite part of every case is when he's at the crime scene and he's just doing something completely wild. It's like, oh yeah, that guy over there, that's a guy, no? Honestly, Gumshoe is my favorite character in the series. Gumshoe is really sweet. Like, he honestly does so much for us. Like, he puts his job at stake. He wants to make sure that Edgeworth isn't convicted of a crime that he didn't do. Like, he really is so incredibly sweet to us. I think the new chief should be like, yeah, Gumshoe, if it weren't for you, this case wouldn't have been solved. Let's give Gumshoe a round of applause and give him a promotion. Can we give Gumshoe like a whole year's worth of salary as his bonus, please? And not like his current salary, but his new salary. I think he deserves it. Let Gumshoe eat something other than instant noodles. Street was quite good, not the best. The first one was great and covered bases. The parent one was a wonderful way to connect the dots. The second really upped the stakes. Ooh. Not sure if she's played all the games. Oh yeah, I haven't played the other ones yet. I played a little bit of the trilogy before I started streaming it, but I never finished it, so I thought it would be good to like do the entire thing from the beginning. And then I haven't played Ace Attorney 2 or 3 or any of the investigation games, and I haven't played the Apollo Justice games. I played through the first game of the Great Ace Attorney and up to the 5th case in the second game of the Great Ace Attorney. I do plan on streaming the Great Ace Attorney sometime in the future, though. I'm trying to allow myself a few more years so I forget, like, more. So I can play it again, because honestly, it's a masterpiece. If you guys haven't played the Great Ace Attorney yet, please play the game. It's really, really good. I also like how they implemented a system where if you haven't examined everything yet in a specific, like, area, they'll put a little, like, exclamation mark, and then they'll tell you, like, hey, there's something else still here that you need to do before you can advance the story. So that was really helpful. It's also, like, almost always on sale, so it's a good game to get if you're looking into another game to play. I kind of feel bad for him, but I hope he has some good time. Yeah, I hope somebody gives him a promotion. It's super late for me, so I gotta see you next weekend. Oh, yes, yes! Please don't let me keep you up. Good night, Sketch. Take care, Russell. Stay well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. Bye. Take care, Russell. Stay well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by. See you next weekend. I have to give it to Edgeworth because he's the most down-to-earth in the game. Ooh, should we stop here? Never play him, but I'm glad to watch it. Ooh, do you think he'll play afterwards, Alpha? Yeah, I think I'll be stopping here. It's a good stopping point. So next time when I start the first case of the second game, I can, like, remember, like, all the evidence we pick up and the connection to the trial. I think that would be a good pipeline into it. It's in my same library, but Monster Hunter Wilds is taking up all my time. That's valid. I heard Monster Hunter Wilds is really fun. There's this, like, one cheese naan scene that people have been talking about. The food in that game looks amazing. I feel like if I played that game, I'd get hungry. Like, I would need to have snacks near my desk. I never tried Steam before. Ooh. It's also on Switch, The Great Ace Attorney, if you prefer to play it on Switch. I played it on Switch. Do you plan on playing Yakuza Kiwami 1 later down the line? I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll finish the trilogy, and after I finish the trilogy, I'll work on Persona 3 Reload. And after I work on Persona 3 Reload, I think I'll start working on the Yakuza series again. I know for sure I want to play Yakuza 1 and 2. I heard it's good to play all the games before you play Pirate Yakuza, but I'm a little bit impatient, so I might play Pirate Yakuza after I finish 1 and 2. Because I heard 2 was pretty crucial for Majima's story. So I was recommended to play 2. before I played Pirate Yakuza at the minimum. Because it tells us a lot about Majima. Only play something in 3. Ah. That's salad. What was Ace Attorney originally on? Like, what platform was it on? Oh, I don't know my timeline. Was it on the GameCube? Let me look it up. When Ace Attorney was originally on. Game Boy Advance. Oh, wow. Then it was on the Nintendo DS. Windows. You can play Ace Attorney on your phone? iOS? Android? Interesting. Oh. Did the first Miles Edgeworth investigation happen right after the third game? Interesting. I'd recommend playing the other games before Pirate game, especially 8, but the Pirate game is mostly standalone from the mainline series. Oh, is it just if I play through the other games, I'll know who more of the people are that are like on your ship? So I'll be like, oh my gosh, this guy's from like Yakuza 6, I remember him. But it's fine, glad I watched it. Thank you for watching, Alpha. Now, having played all the mainline games, you get to truly appreciate all the references and nods it has. Ooh. I'm tempted. What will I do? What will I do? Oh, man. I also want to play Persona 5 later down the line. Persona 3 first, but maybe also 5 later down the line. I heard 5 is quite a good game also. I know Persona 5 also has like a Strikers game. Is that like a separate side story thing? Is it like a fighter game? Because Majima's twin brothers in the pirate game, and he's playable in 4 and 5. Oh, Sejima, right? Oh, wow. He must have been in jail for a long time. So we get to know more about his personality then. So what now? I think this is it for today. I'll start with the next part of the game. I'll work on Case 1 next Sunday at around 8:30 p.m. PST. And I think first cases are usually quite short, right? I know the one in the Great Ace Attorney was a pretty long first case though. It was like, I think 2 hours? A little over 2 hours? So I don't know how long the first case of the next game will be. So I think I'll definitely finish Case 1 and maybe I'll go partially into Case 2 next stream. And that'll be on next Sunday at around 8:30 p.m. PST. And next Saturday, I forgot how many more days of 2.2 we have, but if 2.2 ends and 2.3 begins this coming week, and the new Trailblazer mission comes out by Saturday, I'll be working on the Trailblazer mission from 2.3 on Saturday at around 8:30 p.m. PST. But if that's not out yet, I think I'll do 2 Ace Attorney streams actually. So then I'll be covering Case 1 and partially Case 2 on Saturday. And then on Sunday I'll do Case 2 and maybe part of Case 3. P5 is baby easy compared to P3. Oh really? Even the reload? I feel like whenever they make remakes of the games, they tend to make it like a little bit more beginner friendly, right? Because I know old games are really, really hard. Like, I tried to play part of Fire Emblem 1, and that was pretty hard compared to, like, the newer Fire Emblem games. I wonder if P3 Reload is, like, easier than P3. Justice for All's final case is one of the best ones in my opinion. Oh, really? Ooh. You know, I wonder if enough time has passed between the first and the second games that Edgeworth is still a prosecutor. Or maybe there'll be a different prosecutor in case 2? And maybe he'll come back for case 3, or like game 3. Maybe he's doing like a few years of soul searching before he comes back. Wow, Edgeworth must have saved a lot of vacation funds to go on vacation for so long. Because I know a few of the other prosecutors in the series. There's the guy with the coffee. Is it the guy with the coffee? There'll be someone else? Ah, so I guess Edgeworth's kind of vibing. I feel like the first case will always get that one guy, because it's like a tutorial case. I forgot his name, but like the bald guy. And then the prosecutors I know from the series are, there's a guy with the guitar, Clavier Gavin. I don't know if he's going to be in 2. There's the coffee guy. Who else is there? There's Simon Blackwell, but isn't Simon Blackwell an Apollo Justice prosecutor? So it might be the coffee guy and Clavier Gavin that make their switch-offs. I heard their little animations are quite silly, so I guess we'll see all of them. We'll find out next week who the prosecutor is. Just let Edgeworth rest. Just let him do a little bit of soul searching, because he's really going through a time, you know? Finding out that his like debut case was on forged evidence, everybody going like, hey, are you really a good prosecutor? Or the lady has whip, you know, who, oh! Franziska von Karma? Are we gonna get her in the second game? I think it'd be fun if we got like switch-offs between the prosecutors. Like every case has like a different prosecutor. You know what? It'd make a lot of sense for Franziska von Karma to be the prosecutor for the entire case, too. Ah, interesting. But I guess we'll see next time. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to my Ace Attorney stream today. Today we finished up Case 5 from the last AO trial. And we figured out what really happened and what exactly damn Gant did. But, next time... Actually... how many more days is My Day's banner out? Should I do a quick check right now? Maybe I can do a quick check right now. Because My Day's banner should be off. Okay, I think we still might have a little bit of time on My Day's banner. I'm not entirely sure. We can do a quick check. Is that okay if I do a quick check? I'll do a quick check. Thank you for the stream, really. See you next weekend. Thank you for stopping by today, Kevin. Take care, Ansel. Safe well. Good night. And thank you so much for stopping by today. I'll see you guys next weekend. Good night. You know, I realized I didn't have to load up the game. I could have just looked at the first screen. Oh well. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure we still had time for that appraisal event. And that appraisal event should end. It's like when the update's gone. I'm pretty sure there's still like a week or something. But I will check again. I just want to really make sure, because if there's no 3.3, then I'll definitely be playing Ace Attorney on both weekend days next week. Bye, Jerker! Take care, Essa! Safe well! Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today! And you see you guys next week! Good night! Oh, I thought we were leaving! Oh, almost! So I'm loading up my star rail. Okay. Okay, 8 more days. Okay, so that's 8 days. 8 days from today. Yeah, so next week... It's 4/8, yeah. So next week, the new update still wouldn't have dropped yet. So we'll definitely be playing Ace Attorney then. We'll work on cases 1 and 2 on Saturday at around 8:30 p.m. PST, and then we'll be working on cases 2 to 3 on Sunday at around 8:30 p.m. PST. But that's what it's looking like. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for stopping by today. If you guys are about to eat, I hope you guys have a good meal. And if you guys are about to sleep, bye, take care, so safe well, good night. And thank you so much for stopping by today. And I'll see you guys next time. Good night. Sleep well, take care, and have a good rest of your week. Before we go today, we'll be reading out. Today we'll be reading. We'll be reading Kurano Sayuki, who's playing Wuthering Waves, so let's go over there and support them too. But take care, everyone, and good night. And thank you so much for stopping by today. Bye, take care, Russell. Stay well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. And I'll see you guys next week. Good night.